heard about because I was able to, it's no big deal. But I'm going to give you a sheet of paper. I have been doing these solstice, winter solstice especially, since 2000, because we moved from Missouri to Idaho in '94, and then I started the Shanti Yoga Studio. Yeah. And so, 2000, we were supposed to open up our studio in, we're supposed to wait till January 1st, 2001. You know, just tax stuff on the city, it's like, you have to go to get a permit.
Right.
So anyway, it was kind of a illegal celebration, I guess. In that I was, but I've been doing it every year since then. And also my family is Swedish. So those people especially were really into solstice. It's a time when they've been having dark 20 plus hours a day, and it's like, oh, it's getting light tomorrow. So it was really special. And not that I have never lived in Sweden, but it's just my family was up in northern Minnesota, so we drive up there and see all the twinkling lights as we were driving from Missouri to there. It's kind of special, that idea of the lighting that is happening at this time of year. So this little sheet that I gave you is just some history of the solstice. Where I left my phone. But just in case I need to turn off the something. But you can take a look at that while I'm looking at my phone. Where did I say that here?
It's right there on this windowsill.
On the where?
Windowsill.
Oh, thank you. See, I really, as I say, it takes a village to teach a yoga class or whatever. So, this is a ceremony that's been going on for thousands and thousands of years. It's really cool, I think, to feel like you're part of that heritage. And this has just an inkling of some of the background of the solstice. All the way back to the Neolithic period. So we're part of that, and that's kind of a cool thing to feel like you're just embracing this and being part of this ancient time. So I'm going to begin this session with just imagining that you are part of that ancient world, whatever place you want to pick. I probably want to pick, the Norsemen, Northern Europe. Maybe you have ancestors that you also feel were part of this honoring of the seasons. You can just imagine that we're sitting around a fire, and you can close your eyes or you can keep them open, whatever feels best for you. And you might just imagine that you're hearing the crackling of the fire. Maybe you hear some animals howling in the night. And just embracing that darkness. This is also associated with a system called Ayurveda. Ayurveda is the sister science to yoga. It means the life science, how we live our lives. And you've probably heard of it if you've heard of the doshas, where people have different, I'm a vata or a pitta or a kapha. These represent these different types of energies, represent the fact that we are all comprised of the prana, the life force that's around us. And there's different energies that come from it. and we can help regulate ourselves and live healthier and happier, more calm, if we take note of this. We take note of the fact that we have a certain constitution, as do the seasons. So this season, this winter season, is a time of Kapha, K-A-P-H-A. Do you all know anything about the seasons? Yeah, the energies. So this is the one where we're really, Kapha energy is grounded, it's earth element. You feel yourself connecting to the earth. So as we sit here on this earth, probably thousands of years ago, there were people sitting on this earth, Native Americans, maybe even beyond that. So just feel yourself connecting, sending down a root from your hips down into the earth. The message, the lesson that this time of year teaches us is winter is a time of incubating, hibernating, going into the dark, honoring the dark, because we can learn a lot. So as we take this little trip back in time, visualizing that fire crackling, listening to the sounds of the night. Maybe you hear stars falling, shooting stars. You might even feel that you're going to blink your eyes open, or just on the back of your eyelids, just visualize the scene. Noticing how the shift, the play, the dance between light and dark are happening in that fire. You see golden, red, orange, maybe even some blue. You see darkness. Again, dancing with the light. Each aspect, the dark and the light, teaching us both essential to each other. Let's take about 5 more cycles of breath here. Bring your palms together and just kind of rub your hands, feeling the heat. And you might even reach them out as if you are reaching out to the fire to get a little warmer. And then bring one hand to your heart, one hand to your belly, coming back into yourself. Feeling the movement of your body with your breathing. Many traditions, as I said, have been part of this process, this just clear change in the tilt of the earth. I didn't know that's why it was getting lighter, but basically that's what's happening, is that the earth is shifting its tilt. So this opens up the light a little bit more to us, the sun's light, the sun's warmth. And to celebrate this, all these traditions through eons and eons of time have used a sound when they do get together to celebrate. And the sound that yogis use is the sound of Om. So when you're ready, just bring your hands together, honoring our place in this infinite cycle of life, honoring the ability to be in a pause, in stillness, to take care of ourselves insulate, hibernate. And we celebrate together with one Om. We'll take a deep inhale, hold it for a moment, and then exhale with an Om. Inhaling. Just pause there for a moment, your hands still pressing together. And then interweave your fingers. Just kind of drop your chin down to your fist. And then open up your palms, reaching forward. And then take your hands up towards the sky and just feel the connection. It's like you are a conduit between the past and the future, between the earth and the sky. Again, a wave within a sea, an ocean of waves. A unique expression, a microcosm of the macrocosm. And then just let your arms come out, palms face up so you can feel the big opening in your heart. And then come on back down and into your elbows by your waist and pull your elbows back a little bit. And take a deep exhale out. So in this time, it's a nice time to, again, go back to your own life, your own ancestors. And maybe there are ancestors you don't know that you just heard about and they have left a mark on you. And just taking a moment, again, bringing your hands to your heart to express gratitude to that person for being part of your lineage, your ancestor. And maybe there's not one that is blood, your own blood, or so to speak. There's the idea of soul, soulmate. Then yourself connecting with your soulmate. What did you learn? And again, if you imagine that you're looking at that fire in front of you, looking at the dancing flames with the dark. See if you can listen for those, in between those cracklings in the fire, the wise whispering of your elder, and just take a moment of gratitude to them. And then release your hands down. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about where we're going in this little session now. So I wanted to have a start in the dark and feeling that energy. And speaking of the fire, we're going to take that with us to the very end of our day. And we got some we'll go into the dark and ruminate on things, meditate on things. And we're going to have a session at 2 that's going to be very much devoted to sleep and dark. So I'm not going to go too much into sleep now. Was anybody here? Did you come just for the sleep thing right now? Okay. Because I think it would fit better after Jennifer does her thing. So you can think of sleep and your subconscious, though, as we're moving through these things, because we are moved, we react mainly from our subconscious. And that's why what this whole session will be about is gaining self-study, gaining svadhyaya, gaining, as we talked about before when we did a workshop last month. We spent a lot of time, Jennifer spent a lot of time on self-study. So that's what we're doing. When we go into this hibernation, into this darkness, we can begin to learn more about what's driving us forward. Our subconscious, again, as I said, can drive us in places if we don't pay attention, maybe are not great for us. And so that's kind of what this time of year does. We settle back, okay? So what we're going to do is save more dream stuff for later, and Doug's going to present something that I'm really excited to share with you. This is Doug because he is he's a Shanti almost grad of our 200-hour program, and he is also very, very interested in Qigong, and I'll just let him explain that and we'll talk about that if you want. Do you want to come up here?
Yeah, I'll come up there. Yeah, we'll go through this.
I'll take my many glasses of water.
So,
I'm not sick, but I was in I still have a dog.
there you go.
Yeah, it's like, not only just like getting my hand for this.
So as Debbie said, I am in the process of going through my 200-hour certification, but I'm an energetic worker, do Reiki, shamanistic work, and have studied Qigong a little bit. I'm not a Qigong teacher by any stretch of the imagination, but I incorporate a lot of that movement and energy work within my yogic work as well. And so what this little session is going to be about is harvesting your own energy and replenishing yourself. Because in this time of darkness, it's also a time of rebirth and restoring our own energy. And some of the great things about the synergies between yoga and Qigong is that both of them drive off of breath. So the pranayama breathing styles are pretty much the same. They just call them something different. So yoga describes energy as prana, sustained through regular breathing, postures, asanas, and awareness. Where Qigong describes qi as an animating force that circulates through the meridians and cultivates through relaxed movement, breath, and intention. And as teachers, and even just those that are out in the world teaching others other things, we have a habit of giving our energy away and not replenishing it. And so because of that, we deplete ourselves. And a lot of the traditional texts kind of emphasize the self-cultivation of your own energies. One can't guide others without maintaining inner balance. Conserving the energy is a prerequisite to longevity of practice. And every time we get onto an airline, like the first thing you do, put on your own oxygen mask before you help others. And so that's the intent of this, is to kind of give a small little practice to reharvest our own energies. And it's going to be a blend of Qigong movement as well as yoga movement. So I've got handouts for all of you that will cover a lot of what we're going to be doing. So let's go ahead and come to standing. We're going to have feet hip width apart, ground floating, soft knees, and bring your hands to your belly. And this is the area in Qigong that they call the Dantian. We also know it as the Uddiyana Bandha. And this is where we're going to be focusing a lot of our energy back into the center. So take a deep breath, belly breathing. Inhale. And exhale. Think of this as an energy gathering, pulling in the energy from the ground, from the heavens, into your center, and re-energizing yourself. If it's helpful, think of battery being refilled as you inhale, and as you exhale, that energy settles into your body and stays. Feel the energy pulling up through the earth, through your feet, through the roots, into the dantian. As you exhale, feel it restoring and empowering your body. Again, as you inhale, feel it pulling down from the heavens, through your crown, through your heart, into the dantian, and filling that void, replenishing your sources of energy. We'll do this for 2 more deep breaths. Go ahead and shift a little bit if you need to, and we'll continue to stay in standing. But now we're going to add some slow movements to this. So in the inhale, we're going to take our arms out above, gathering the energies. And then on the exhale, we're going to bring it down through the center channel into your dantian. And again, continue that flow with the inhale. And bring it down through the center channel through the exhale. This movement is gathering heaven and earth in chi. As you notice, these movements are very purposeful. They are slow. They are gathering. They're healing. Take it at your pace. If you want to go faster, you're more than welcome to. If you want to go slower, that is great. That is your body, your attunement, your energy. As you're doing this, visualize light descending through the crown and warmth rising through the earth into you. We'll do 2 more. Go ahead and have your hands settle over your belly. Just feel that energy warming throughout you. Okay. Let's go ahead and shift down into cat-cow. And this will be more of a yogic move. So come down to your hands and knees. And on the inhale, we're going to extend the spine and open up the heart by going into cow. Go ahead and press down. Sorry, I've got this in reverse, my bad. Exhale, down into cat. And we're going to do this slowly, inhaling and exhaling. In yoga, this clears out the nadas and the sushumas. And in Qigong, it supports the smooth qi flow along the Du and the Ren meridians.
What were the 2 meridians you just said?
The Du and the Ren.
The Du and
The
the Ren.
Ren meridians. And the cue that they suggest in this is that let the smile breathe.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So with this is very smooth transitions between the 2 poses. And just bring that breathing in. And again, that's bringing it down into that dantian, but it's washing throughout your whole body. We'll do 2 more cycles. Come into table and just sit for a second. And then we're going to rotate into a seated position, into easy seating. And let's bring our palms together in the center and rub them together so you feel that energy that builds between. Now, place your hand over your lower back and inhale. Oops, sorry. Joys of teaching, right? So what you want to do is you want to inhale with your hands over your kidneys. And then on the exhale, move your hands up to your heart and exhale. Again, moving back to inhale into the kidneys. And exhale from the heart center. This is a movement that they call washing the organs. So this tonifies the kidneys' chi and rebalances the emotional energies and fatigue that we feel. Do 2 more cycles. Go ahead and let your hands rest over your heart. Now we're going to come into standing. And what we're going to do next is a forward fold of Qigong style. So typically in a Qigong forward fold, you'll do the standard forward fold and you'll rest there for a moment. And then you'll slowly roll up. I like to add a little fun to it and add in elephant swings its trunk to add some play to it. So if you're able to do that, that's great. If not, just do a standard forward fold. So again, feet hip width apart, soft knees, and go ahead and come forward fold. And then either roll up slowly, vertebrae by vertebrae, or if you want to add a bit of play to it, go ahead and slowly swing back and forth as you come up. And take it slow, don't do it fast. This is just to kind of let the energy settle in and rebalance and have a little bit of fun in your practice. breaths. Do one more set. And in the Qigong practice, what you do is you seal your energy. So what we're going to do is we're going to stay standing. You could do this seated if you want. You're going to take your hands and go back over the dantian. And in a clockwise motion, you're going to seal in the energy. Take 3 deep breaths. Go ahead and settle. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, what's nice about that is, not just this, I don't want to say, but it's nice because that is going into the cave time, which we're going to do later, but we're, but this time of year when you think of animals going in and hibernating, and we're kind of supposed to be hibernating, but this is the kind of stuff that comes from it. It's like a seed that you're planting, we're going into the darkness to harness our energy, you know?
That's the energetic rebirth. that
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
kind of gearing up for.
it totally is, and winter in our Ayurvedic system is the first, you start with winter, and you think, oh, we should be starting with spring, but spring is coming. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So Doug would like to merge some of this Qigong work with his yoga that he's teaching. He lives up in Iowa City, but we hope to get him down here a little bit too. And so that's kind of the thing. And one of my favorite teachers did the same thing. His name is Max Strong. If you ever want to look up Max Strong, you can remember it. But he is, he's doing this a lot as well. He does it internationally. But yeah, I think it's just such a great combination. So, okay, I'll
Thank
let you guys replace that. And I will go over here. Do you want me to? Dipaneeta is from India. She's been, and actually let me tell more, but basically she's moved here with her husband not that long ago and has been practicing yoga since she was a child and has a very, I don't know if I'm the words purist, but you've been doing this for quite a while as far as the traditions in India. So, and you can take the stage and if you'd like to add anything about yourself.
Hi, I'm Dipaneeta. Right now I'm teaching Ayurvedic, and I've been practicing yoga since my childhood. Yoga student and so because yoga is my section where I'm going to teach people and share my thoughts, pose, balance. And today I'm going to address neuropathic pain, which are a little more sensitive patient, because this brutal winter causes some neuropathic pain in our whole body, and this is our language activation from where all kind of neuropathic pain has emerged, I think. And this neuropathic pain is kind of brutal things basically the people who are 30 plus.
No, I'm sorry.
30 plus. 30 plus.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes. And if we can lessen,
Oh, that's
is I'm going towards the 30, now 27. So really, I'm pretty much focused on the non-sacral vision and some ganglia that are present in our body and our peripheral nervous system. So if we can energize our brain and our peripheral nervous system, especially the spine, if we can maintain our spine health, I think it will be beneficial for the rest of the life. Because most of the people feel kind of back pain in their whole life. No one can say that they don't have back pain. We all face back pain, some sharp and shooting pain through this region, which sometimes leads to the carpal tunnel syndrome, and some sharp and shooting pain in this spatial regions, ankle, and this lateral region, to where our sciatic nerve was. So today my focus is to maintain our peripheral nervous system, balance our energy from top to toe.
It's also, I want to say more about you. You can speak a little bit about your background in.
Yes, I'm coming from zoology background. Zoology is not a subject, it's a mixture of different subjects. I'm not going to mention all these things, but I study physiology, anatomy, biochemistry, cell and molecular biology, and all. And now I'm preparing for PhD in cell and molecular biology. So I really feel a little bit interest on lumbar physiology, and especially the physiology of disc. Basically, the older section of our population face the degenerative disc disease. I think you've all heard about that. Yeah. So to maintain your lumbar health, your spine health, maintain your beautiful disc, I think we all have to maintain our good spine, our spatial biomechanism of the spine. We have to maintain that spatial cushion in your spine. So to maintain our spine health, we have to do some back some forward folds, and I lost some salvation to maintain my back health, and it's awesome. And some stretchings which maintain our blood circulation through our neuromuscular junctions.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to start with some gentle movement of all of our joints in our body from top to toe. Now we can start some gentle movement of our both hands. Place our hands like that. Feel the stretching, especially stretching through your nerves from here. And make a beautiful fist like that. Do a gentle movement clockwise 5 times. Anti-clockwise 5 times. Some popping sounds are coming, I know. It happens. but it's completely natural. Now, make a beautiful stretch to get rid from serious carpal tunnel syndrome, like this, and like this way. Feel the stretch to the upper side of your hand and do the same thing with your another side. Don't force yourself, be gentle with your body. All right. Now, you can do the gentle movement of your ankle. Draw a circle clockwise at least 5 times and draw an anti-clockwise circle at least 5 times. Yes, popping sounds are coming, it's completely natural. And I know it's need a little bit more balance, and it's important. Clockwise 5 times, anti-clockwise 5 times. Now, you can make a beautiful shoulder movement. Bend your hand. Now, move your hand clockwise 5 times. Focus on your shoulder blade that squeeze and open your chest clockwise 5 times. Maintain your breathing cycle. Anti-clockwise 5 times. Maintain your breathing cycle. Don't push yourself. Do gentle with your body. Now, we are going to move some neck stretching sensation. Hold your head from the back. Do a gentle stretch downward. You can maintain a 45-degree angle with your body. You feel a gentle stretch on your upper trap. If you want, you can tuck your chin with your chest, but don't go further if you feel uncomfortable. Come out with ease. Do the same with your another side. Maintain the 45 angle with your body. And if you want, you can tuck your chin with your chest. But don't push yourself. Be gentle, because the muscle in your upper trap region is a really tight muscle in your body. So be cautious. Now, easily come out from your clothes and lock your both hands. Come to the back of your head and push your head little by little and feel the gentle stretch on your cervical region, basically the upper portion of your spine, and tuck your chin with your chest and hold at least 10 cycles of your breath. It will help to maintain your biomechanical force on your spine, which is really, really important in the cervical region. You can feel trouble when you breathe, but if you feel trouble, please come out of the pose and be gentle with your pose. If you want, you can hinge from your hip region and do a slight forward fold if you want. If you feel a kind of trouble, then come out from your place. No problem. If you are ready, then please hold your hip girdle, especially your hip bone. It's a beautiful place, I think. Then draw a circle with your hip bone. Move little if you have a kind of problem. Feel your hip bone moves. Then anti-clockwise. Now come back to the neutral position. Now we are going to the sun salutation tree and come to the mountain pose. Inhale, sweep your arms up above your head. If you want, you can stretch your upper body like that. Then exhale, come to the upper foot. Inhale, halfway up. Maintain your shoulder blade straight, your back. Please don't hurt your back because your back is super duper important for your body. Exhale, come back to the lunge pose. Step back with your right foot. Now you can maintain your breathing cycle in your own because I want to maintain it by myself because some people have some kind of lungs problem like COPD and some kind of other disease. So when we coordinate our exhalation and inhalation with some salutation, it can create a bad palpitation in our heart. So I don't want to incorporate that typical inhalation and exhalation with our lungs as some salutation. I want to maintain by my own self, by your own way. Now, sweep your arm up above the head. Push your hip bone to the floor. You can feel a good stretch in your hamstring. Now, place your hand to the mat and step back with your left foot, just like to the mat. Place your arm just before you do in your cobra pose. Now, try to gaze upward and up your upper body. Just like cobra pose, maintain your breathing in your own way because it's important. Now, from cobra pose, you come back to the downward facing dog. From downward facing dog, you can come into the lunge pose with your right foot forward. Now, you just sweep your arm above your head and press your hip bone to the floor. At least complete 3 breath cycle. When you are ready, just step forward with your left foot. Now come halfway out. Now you can try to inhale, a deep inhale, and come down with a big exhale and make a good forward fold. You can do by your own way. Don't push yourself. Now you can come out from the pose and sweep your arms above your head. Now you can stretch your upper body like that. Please be gentle and maintain your breathing cycle. And gently come out of the pose and give a good namaste to everyone. Namaste. Namaste. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Now, we move into some gentle back bends and some forward folds, which can help to maintain your lumbosacral region, your spine health, your biomechanical force in your spine, which is really, really important, because this is our backbone. Now you can sit in your comfortable sitting position. Take at least 3 to 5 gentle breaths. You can do any kind of mudra if you want. I like to do this Jnana mudra. Am I right? This Jnana mudra.
Yes, yes. It's Spanish too.
Jnana means intellectual. Am I right?
That's the knowledge.
Yes. Complete at least 5 breathing cycles. If you want to focus your consciousness, then you can feel your breath from your navel region to the up of your body. That inhale and exhale. Now we are going to the back bend series. You can lie down, face down on the floor with your arms alongside your body. Take a deep inhale and try to move your upper body and gaze forward. Try to maintain balance in your core. Try to squeeze your buttocks, which really helps to maintain your lumbar region. It decreases the level of unintentional injury in our back, because sometimes when we try that kind of back bends, our lumbosacral region sometimes hurts. But if you squeeze your buttocks and if you strengthen your core, it will help to maintain the pressure in your back. You just place your palm to the floor and try to maintain this pose at least 5 to side. Be gentle with your body. Be conscious. Please think about your spine. Your energy moves from top to toe. Awaken your consciousness, because it's really important to maintain a good nervous system. Now come back to the neutral position. Now inhale up your upper body. Try to up your legs. Try to clasp your right foot with your right foot and left foot with your left foot. If you have any flexibility issue, then do in your own way. Don't do any kind of unintentional hurts in your back, in your thighs, and in your legs. Be gentle with your body. You just maintain your balance by strengthening your core, your buttocks, and squeeze your shoulder blade. It will help to maintain the pose, but don't go for the glory of the pose. Maintain this pose with another 3 breathing cycle. Gently come out of the pose when you breathe. Now, come back to the sitting position whenever you're ready. Now, we will move to this forward fold session. Then we will do 2 seated forward fold. Just sit in your comfortable sitting position. Extend your leg. Try to maintain your flexion. Now, if you want, you can touch your finger, but if you have any kind of flexibility issue, you can grasp your ankle also. Now, take a deep inhale and exhale. Move your upper body forward and clasp your foot. If you want, you can touch your knee by your nose. But if you have any flexibility issue, do as much as your body wants. Don't push yourself beyond your flexibility, because it's really, really important to maintain your flexibility and don't hurt yourself. Hold this pose at least 5 to 6 breathing cycles. Now, when you are ready, come out from the forward fold. Now you can fold your right leg, place your right foot to the inner side of your left thigh. And just inhale, sweep your arms above your head.
And exhale, forward fold. Maintain a good flexion on your left foot. If you want, you can touch your nose to your beautiful knees. And if you want, you can touch your elbow with your mat, but do it in your own way. Don't push yourself, be gentle. Maintain at least 3 to 5 breathing cycles within this pose. It helps to maintain a good circulation in your legs. Now, when you're ready, come out from the pose. And repeat the same thing with your another side. Maintain a good flexion with your right foot. Place your left foot on the inner side of your right leg. Just clasp your foot and do a gentle forward fold. If you want, you can touch your nose with your beautiful knees. And if you want, you can touch your elbow with the mat. Maintain 3 to 5 breathing cycle with this pose. When you are ready, come out from that. Now come back to your comfortable sitting position. Now you can draw a circle with your chest in front of the floor. Please start with ease. Just move your navel region and draw a circle. If you want to fill, you can place your one hand to the navel region, because when I start this movement, I really don't do with ease. When I place my finger on my navel, I feel better because I feel my hip bone is moving. Please do in your own way. And do the same anti-clockwise. If you want, you can coordinate these things with breathing. When you are ready, come out of the pose. Now we are going to some stretching and relaxation. Now, just lie down on the mat. Take 3 to 4 deep breaths. Make your body ready to do a good stretch, because stretching is really important. Our nerve loves stretch. Fold your right foot. Try to hug your right legs towards the chest. Be gentle. Place your left foot on the mat. If you want, you can press your left foot on the mat. Hold your right foot towards your chest. If you want, you can up your upper body and you can touch your knee by your nose. But you do in your own way. Don't push further beyond your flexibility because it's really important to maintain your muscle. When you're ready, come out from the pose and do the same thing on the other side. Bend your left foot, hug your left leg with both hands, hug your knees and gently pull towards your chest. Place your right foot straight on the mat. And if you want, you can press your sacrum to the mat and press your right foot and push your bent left leg to your chest. Now, if you want, you can pull your upper body and you can touch your knee by your nose. But be gentle. Don't push yourself beyond your flexibility. And be gentle. Don't hurt yourself. When you're ready, please come out of the pose. Now, when you're ready, bend your both feet together. Hug your both legs. If you want, you can lock your both hands like this way and hug your both legs, pull towards your chest. You just hug your both legs, your beautiful legs. You just hug. Be gentle, just push your leg to your chest. But be gentle with your body. And if you want, you can touch your nose with your lips. Oh my God, my specs do a beautiful day with me and mine. Oh. When you're ready, come out from the pose and just do a good flexion when you lie on your mat. And pull your right leg upwards. Face your right leg, your right foot to the ceiling. You just hold your legs near to the ankle. I like to clasp my foot, but you can clasp your leg in the ankle portion, in any portion of your shin bone. Please feel the beautiful stretch on the back of your legs. It's beautiful. Maintain the stretching at least 3 to 5 breathing cycle. Now come out of the pose. Do the same with your left leg. Up your left leg. Maintain a good flexion of your left foot. Just clasp your left ankle or any part of your shin bone, but I like to prefer to clasp my foot, my toes. But you do in your own way. Don't hurt your musculoskeletal system, your spine, and especially your body, because your body is precious, you know. Maintain this pose at least 3 to 5 breathing cycle. When you are ready, come out from the pose. Now, you can fold your both legs and do a reclining lunges pose like that. Just place your right shin bone and left shin bone parallel to each other. Place your both foot in a flexion. Try to clasp your both feet by your both hands and try to pull your both legs. If you want, you can rock side to side. But don't do any kind of unintentional hurt of your hip junction, that is the pelvic girdle region, because our girdle made up of different kind of bones, some junctions, some complex nervous system. You can do another 4 rocking cycles side to side. Coordinate with your breath. Now when you're ready, come out from the pose. Take 3-4 gentle breath. Now, when you are ready, come out from the pose and sit in the sitting position. What you want. Now, drop your both hands, generate a good amount of head. Place this on your eyes. Feel the inner energy, your inner consciousness, the energy flow from the top to toe, that biomechanical current that flows continuously 24/7 inside your head, which is still on the research level. How our brain works, how 1.5 kg matters do these beautiful things for us. So feel the gratitude, the wisdom within yourself. Press your cheekbone and come to the Namaste. And now chant Om 3 times. Take a deep inhale and chant Om. Om.
Thank you so much. So we have about 15 minutes before Jennifer comes and does the Nidra and Restorative yoga. During this time, I'd like you to look at the sheet I gave you on the second page. There's some journaling things to look at. We've had the time to harness our energy. I think both of these experiences were a lot about self-care, which is, again, part of this season. Self-care, empowering ourselves before we go out and try to empower other people, for those who were teachers or whatever. So, if you would look at those, and I have paper with pens in here. My hair's long, but I have pens and paper and pens if you want colored pens. And we're going to use this in the other part of the class. We do our final, I forget, we're staying here final for 15 ceremony.
Yeah.
You can take paper. I was thinking, well, these are really I know it's good, right? Yeah. It has color choice. I mean, it's better.
Ready?
But just looking at those questions, if there's something that appeals to you, we had not only practices that help us, I think, harness energy, but also to be a little more introspective. We were moving slowly, intentionally, purposefully. Lots of times in classes, we don't, we can't do one thing to the next. And so, notice what popped up in your mind was that maybe do relate to some of these questions you might have their own. But when we do the final ceremony at 4, we'll be using this information when we're doing a fire pit. And that's what this part of the is for. We're going to be doing some. Yes, yes. Right. Let me see. Oh, it's yeah. See, it's right there. Oh yeah, this is the time to see good. Yeah. Let me grab. By the way, this is really a good time of year too. If you don't have a journal, I'm not saying those who has to journal, but it's really a good time to start back up again. This is considered, tomorrow is considered the new year, even though we celebrate on January 1st. Tomorrow is, the new
What the
year.
planet considers to be.
What's that?
What the planet considers to be.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. So, it's really a great time to use these prompts. I also have something available to you if you want. It's called Compass, C-O-M-P-A-S-S. I get it every year for as long as I've been doing it, which is probably at least about 10 years. And it's just a group of people that put this out every year, year's Compass. And it's a little booklet that you can print out, or you can do it online if you want. It's free, it's just it's not a commercial endeavor. But it has a lot of really cool prompts in it that you can look back on your past year. That really is what this time of year is for, is to look back, not just looking forward, but what did I learn, what do I improve with me, that kind of thing. So you'll have to email me. I think you can email someone else. That you can email me, I can send you the link. Or you can look it up yourself. It's just comments. So, yeah. So these are here. How do your bodies feel?
My stomach has been aching for 3 weeks and they feel really good.
I think it's like when really slowly
I don't
and
know.
intentionally do repetition, your body likes repetition, and lots of times in public classes, we're like, I'm gonna get bored, so I'll just do it, 1 or 2 times or something, if you're not a teacher, but to repeat things like that, it kind of loses, that my shoulders are conscious of that, so, yeah. Yeah, so thank you. Open, that was really nice. Also, as far as my website, I have been collecting stories about the solstice forever, and there's really just all kinds of stories in culture. Obviously, one that you probably know the most is the Stonehenge, how Stonehenge really was at first attributed mainly to the summer solstice, but it's actually the roots, it was actually first from the winter solstice. That's in Ireland, close to what is now Ireland. I think it's very, 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 very old. It's this kind of big block. We'll be doing it with our bolsters in the next session. But there's these 2 blocks of stone like this, big, huge, and then there's a stone on top. And there's a point at the solstices, winter is first, and then spring, summer, where it just, you can see through this kind of crack that you can just see the balance of the light. When I was in Machu Picchu, it was the same thing. Did you go to Machu Picchu?
We were there during the solstice.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
it was incredible.
Was it summer or winter?
It was winter for them, it was summer for us.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So it's pretty magical. It's just the whole thing about astrology, not astrology, astronomy, just our planets, our Earth, moving around the sun, does one thing, and then spinning on its axis does another thing, and then tipping one way or the other towards the sun has another effect. So, pretty special to honor, I think. Set these over here. So that these are the stories from some of the ones I brought. So if you are doing your own solstice celebration at home, and creating a tradition for yourself and for your family, this sheet has some really cool things. I don't think you got part of it, but basically just creating an altar in your house and taking time to honor your elders who did it. So as we're making this transition, you might kind of go back to that, reflecting back on your year. And then also what we're doing as we move forward in the session is moving into what seed would you like to plant. So we'll do some work with that. Something else I wanted to say about when I was over there about the Ayurvedic system, but yes, I know what it is now. Because I thought people was doing your class. I have a book that I follow for Ayurveda, and winter is where it begins, as I said. And so the number one thing is sleep, and I'll be getting more to sleep later. Yeah. And in, trying to establish healthy sleeping behaviors, which I know for some of us are kind of hard, like turning off, Netflix an hour at least before you go to bed, not having your phone next to you, stuff like that. But it is going back to our nature, our true nature. We're evolved, but not that evolved from the early creatures that walk this earth. And, our DNA is set up that it is important to give your mind some time, especially this time of year, some time away from the light. That said, it's also important, other things they say, I'll just kind of move through the other things. You're going to bed earlier, or at least by 10 or whatever, your time depends on your lifestyle. Yeah, he gets up at 5 or something, or 4. So yeah.
Can I share one mind dump technique?
Yeah.
By which we can better focus on our work or study or men. If we have any kind of difficulties to focus or maintain our consciousness, we could doing any kind of work or study or anything, we can use one mind dump technique. What's that technique?
Yeah.
We can take a piece of paper and a pen. What kind of things or thoughts or ideas come to your mind, which will lead to the complete deviation from your focus? You can write this thinking one by numbering 1, 2, 3, and 4, and write like this, a loose sheet, in this loose sheet, and tell yourself that, okay, I have this point which can deviate myself from my focus. Now, we just write like 20 minutes or 30 minutes at the end of our sheet, and we can talk with ourselves that, all right, we will have an appointment some days of a week when we can talk ourselves with this point.
Gotcha.
And make a fixed time to
Yes.
talk
Yes.
with ourselves, because we all have the manuals in our mind
Yes.
how to solve the problem. But if we continuously thought about the
Yeah.
problem, our focus, our consciousness has no shift.
Yeah.
It reminds me of, it reminds me of an artist's way.
Oh, yeah,
where
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You've got the 3 pages in the morning where you just write, and then you forget about it. You just get everything out of your mind.
That is why I thought to maintain an appointment with yourself.
Yeah.
Make an appointment in your Google Calendar
Yeah.
with yourself. Because we all have our own manual in our own mind. We have just to what the right word, which just
Monkey mind,
just flip the page of that manual.
Yeah.
Somebody for
So-
Yeah. Well, again, we're not that different than the monkeys. That's why they call it the monkey mind. We're still, to survive as a species, we worry. And yeah, we've kind of talked about that before. And you can't just say, oh, stop worrying. You have something like that, a tangible act of doing something like that. The morning papers, do you guys know what that is? Yeah, it's a really great technique. And it was the person who wrote the book, Julia Cameron. I don't know, I stayed at her house because I was friends with her cousin anyway, and she wrote this back in the 70s. And it's, I've used it a lot, and it's so great. You don't, because you're not trying to do anything. You just write what's in your mind, so it's another mind dump. And from that, you'll start finding that there's some really, it's part of Sabbatiyaya, self-study. You'll start finding that there's some patterns, or there's some things that you might say, why am I so hard on myself? For example, or it might be something totally different. Why am I so hard on, so-and-so person? But you can, pick up things when you do just dump your mind. There's another technique that I was hoping to use at the last session. We actually have our thing, but I'm going to introduce it to you now, just because I'm waiting for Jennifer to get here. I thought this is what you were going to be talking about. I have a friend, Micheline Berry, who used to teach workshops up in McCall at Shanti, and she and her husband, who was a musician, would put on these really great workshops about how to enhance the artist way believes that everybody's an artist. We're all artists of some kind, and that's kind of her mission as well. But she has a great class, and we'll do some of that stuff at the last session. But the ABC list is kind of like what you're talking about. The ABC, have you heard of that too? It was actually, it's by I don't know, a psychologist or something who actually wrote it. It's an institute, it's by the Monroe Institute, whatever that is. But it's, I think, a group of people that are trying to help people not have monkey mind, you know? And you have 3 lists, and you write down the first one is called the A list. And these are the things that keep you up at night that you can do nothing about. They're things like world famine, or you can't do anything about it right then. You know, that's again, if there is something you can do about it, fine, but things that keep you up at night that you have no control over. And the second one is something that you would, it's called the B list, something that you would like to manifest in your life, you'd like to see happen. The third, the C list, and correct me if I'm not saying it exactly right, because people do it different ways. The C list is a step that you can take towards what was on the B list.
There's one that was just a throwaway.
Oh, and that's.
I think that's the A list.
The A list, okay, so we do that. You have your people writing those lists and looking at them. You can have more than one thing for each of them. And then she does it so much more dramatically if we really embody this. And then we get up and we go, okay, that A list, tear it up and throw it in the bin. And we're just going to burn it. Okay, and so we might go back to that at the end. There's other things I'm going to do too, but that might be something that you think about. You know, what would you like to get rid of? What would you like to move towards? Let me see. There's something else. Oh, I'm still pointing back to your class, both of your classes, actually. So during this time, we are encouraged to go to bed early. So I'm still back on that, the Ayurvedic thing. Go to bed early, or at least give yourself a good night's sleep. Writing things down is really, really helpful. And even more, also, if you wake up in the middle of the night and you have a dream, have a dream journal next to you. I know this sounds like so many things you got to put next to your bed, but the dream journal, your subconscious is always, as I said, it's in charge. And if you don't know what's going on in there, it's, you know, it can put you in some bad situations. So just like Svadhyaya, it's a way to learn more about ourselves. And you can start, I do a whole workshop on dreams. I love talking about them, but right here I'm just going to say, as much as you can, start noticing what your dream is, even if it, you know, if it seems, most of the time it will seem ridiculous, because dreams have no guardrails. You can dream, anything you dream is, you know, it's just a collection of different thoughts and emotions from your day lots of times. So you look at that and you see what stories you're telling yourself, because they do affect your actions. So that was good. I'm still not getting very far with where I'm trying to go with the movement part. So sleep is really important. Warm, lemony water, they advocate in the Ayurvedic system during this time of year. You know, like squeezing a half a lemon in some water, warmish water, is helpful. But they also, even though they're advocating stillness and quiet and taking time for yourself, they also advocate movement, like both of you did. Movement in Ayurvedic system, they mainly talk about the sun salutations because we are trying to keep our body lubricated, so to speak. And the movements that Doug was doing were from the Chinese medicine, and the the sun salutations are also obviously from the yogic tradition, but those two traditions dovetail so much. I had a student, a graduate in this program, and he does acupuncture here in town. And he presented to the group, like you guys did, a really detailed study of the putting yoga and Chinese medicine. So he does acupuncture and works with meridians. Yoga is nadis and prana. So he put those two together and went through everything. So anybody's ever interested in that information, I can send you a copy of it, okay? So that's what I wanted to say. So this movement that these guys did was really intentional, thoughtful, slow movement patterns. It's really helpful at this time of year too. It's always helpful, but now especially. Is somebody out there?
Heard some wrestling.
Somebody's out there wanting, asking about.
Oh, I'll go do that. What you might do now, Jessica is doing, I was gonna do this, a version of cat catching its own tail, and you just happen to be in that shape. So while you're waiting, you might wanna go back to the floor and kind of bring, this is cat catching its own tail. I'm doing it standing up, but you reach for this foot with this hand and this foot with this hand. And you lie on your back. Now we mess, you may not get there. And it's kind of like, again, what you did a great job saying, gently yourself. This is a general place, but we all have different anatomy, different body mechanics, so you listen to your body. But in this shape, you'll find that you are, you're really kind of swirling things around in your body, especially as you pay attention to the breath. Another thing I really liked, and all you guys did, was do your own rhythm. Don't feel like so many people I know that never did yoga, and they started doing yoga, like all my friends from Missouri, like, yoga makes me dizzy. And I said, why? And I said, well, I kept making this, inhale here and exhale here, and it's nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Because some people who has that pulmonary disease, they don't have enough oxygen. That means they don't have good inhalation and good exhalation. We simply thought about inhalation, but they don't do a good exhalation.
Right.
So the oxygen situation in their blood is really, really bad, which actually doesn't allow to flow oxygen to their brain, and from that reason they just fell into dizziness and drowsiness, which not only hurt our body but hurt our internal organs. Yes. So don't go for that inhalation and exhalation with your nose.
Yeah, do what feels right for you. So as you're breathing here in this shape, you can feel that there's a lot going on. You can feel what's going on in your ribs and different places. Can you tell the difference between one side and the other side? You notice? If you are, I'm sorry, this is using it. So if you find that if you're teaching class and students, it looks like they're having a strain to get their shoulder down the ground, then as a teacher, you could say everything. Right, so if your shoulder's not down there, place it kind of get under your shoulder, you could walk over and grab something to get to them. I'm not big on pushing because when I first started teaching yoga, it was all about pushing, and I think that was a source of a lot of my injuries. So I don't like to do that necessarily. But yeah, and you can do this with a strap. You can do it with a bolster. This is an excellent pose to do for your shoulders. We're just doing it slowly. We check my phone to see if Jennifer is just rubbing, and he goes, no, I'll just move ahead. She's up, must be on the way. Are there any questions or any comments that you'd like to throw out here at this point? Any questions for Deb or Deepa? More information about their traditional ways of teaching that we don't encounter in a lot of our yoga classes, probably. So, anything anybody shared? You, I guess, she already shared that her shoulders felt better, so that's good. Has everybody done their ABC list?
Kind
What?
of. Kind of, mentally.
Yeah. Just a second, I'm going to see if I can have this really cool song play for you. I couldn't get it off of. If you ever have, when you get another app on your phone, Insight Timer is a really, really nice app, and they have some beautiful Winter Solstice meditations, as well as some meditations. I think this is one.
What's the name of it?
Insight Timer.
I was listening to it this morning.
Yeah, and this is the song I was seeing if I could play for you guys.
Deep inside the of winter, of winter.
Hi. Good. So yeah, no, this is from before, so you guys make stuff set up. Yeah, no, you're all good. And it's a connection.
Do you know which
It's
connection it is?
So you'll have to find it on your own, I guess it doesn't want to play it here. Yeah, Insight what? Oh.
So to darkness silence. The light within still.
Okay, I was listening to that this morning.
So, everybody has their bolsters, the bolster, and their two blocks blanket. Okay. And I'm just gonna go ahead and start until she gets here. By the way, we're not doing this math,
I got it through Lifeform.
so, okay.
And they've got, occasionally they have specials, but they've got a variety of these that have free marketing. So this is the moon one.
And it's like the green where you choose to stand.
It's just different markers. So, you've got your diagonals here. So just once you kind of line space. But yeah, so like when I'm doing my down dog, I kind of line myself to it.
It's beautiful. And it's long.
So they've got regular and then they've got the extra large. It's, 6'3" on a normal mat hanging off. So,
Exactly.
but yeah, and they have custom ones, so you can get custom marking as well as this would have their logo then at the bottom of that. Your own phrase. They're not small investment.
Yeah.
I think it was last week, less than I think when I checked it, they were like 200.
Yeah, I think it depends on which specials they've got on.
It's not, you're using it every day,
Yeah, I use it every day.
your customer wear, it's not.
Well, the
That's
other,
very good.
yeah, so you wash it down, it's non-sticky, so.
So come on in, we're waiting for Jennifer, I'm gonna let you start. So lab, lost, Wellspring, and
So, like,
So you guys are a little bit ahead since you've already did some of your thinking of stuff you might get rid of, stuff you want to bring forward. Okay. So let's go ahead and come into a comfortable seated position to start with. We talked about in the first part of this, the importance of this time of year, how it's naturally part of our DNA, that we need to have this time to go deep, to it's kind of like a bear, hibernate, curl in there. And it's a time that's in the Ayurvedic tradition actually comes first. And lots of times people think, oh, it's death, it's the last stage, and it's really where things begin. As the saying says on your sheet, I really love this quote. The still point is spaciousness, it is timelessness, it is close to death, and deathlessness both. So I don't know if that creeps people out, but it kind of was a cool thing when I read it. Those of you who are just here, you just quickly glance through that, and we'll be referring to some of the stuff on the back later. So the darkness can reveal a lot to us. We started out our first session thinking about fire, thinking about a fire pit or the ancients sitting around a fire, and they finally had fire so they could warm themselves. And so they got together and sat around and contemplated life. And the fire element is sometimes the opposite of what this season is about. We've got darkness today, but there's a lot we can bring from the fire. See what she is. Space for you.
Does everybody have a journal, a pen, things to write with?
Oh, I have.
There's lots of great.
Okay. So I assume we've been talking about shadow work and kind of the intention or meaning of what a winter solstice offers us. A time for reflection, a time to go deep within ourselves to perceive the light within us. You guys been sitting for a little while? Did you get an exercise in? Let's do it real quick. Let's go stand. Wonderful, was.
That's the problem.
All the cups look the same.
Yeah.
So let's take our feet wider towards the outer edges of the mat, please. And let's just start moving our arms around like this, and lifting one foot up and then the other, kind of gaining a little bit of momentum. Let your gaze kind of follow along with the swinging of your arms. Now we're going to keep the momentum of our bodies moving, but now keep your gaze forward. Find something to focus on so the eyes can become soft and still. This is our first experience of just kind of creating a single point of concentration. We'll slowly begin to come back towards mountain pose, towards standing. Feel your feet in the earth. Feel the energy running through our bodies. Lift our arms up to here. Just kind of begin to lift one knee and then the other, just as high as feels appropriate for you, at a pace that suits you. Feel the breath, breathing in. Keep going just a few more times. Bring it back down. Again, sense your feet and the earth connecting. And let's kind of come down into the squat here. Jaw soft, face is soft. begin to move your breath down into the abdomen. Belly soft, breath is full. Now we're going to shift or kind of direct our breath here. So as we're breathing into the abdomen, think about drawing the first third of your breath deep near the pelvis, deep near the small of the belly, and then you're going to take the second third of your breath and fill up the mid belly, and then the final third of the breath into the upper belly. And as you exhale, you're going to exhale from the upper, mid, to low belly. And yes, there's a lot more movement in the mid belly. See if you can sense bringing the first third of the breath down into the pelvic bowl, second third mid belly, final third upper belly, and exhale from top to bottom. Notice how this technique begins to regulate our breath. From here, let's come down now onto all fours. And if this doesn't feel good on your wrist, bring your forearms to a bolster. Take a moment, hear the sound of your breath, feel the breath. Now that our breath has moved deeper into more of a diaphragmatic pattern. And then let's start with the right knee. Draw the right knee towards your right shoulder and circle back and around. And let's create about 6 to 8 of these circles. Once you complete 6 to 8, come back towards your neutral tabletop. And then we'll move to the second side. So drawing your left knee in towards your arm and circling back away from you. And after your 6 to 8 rounds, come back to pause. Then we're going to move back to the first side, but we're going to change the direction of the circle. So starting with your bent knee away from you, circle it in towards your right elbow. Pausing, taking in the transition, the spaces between the movements, and then we'll move to the left side. So starting with your knee away, circling in. And then once you complete the cycle, keep your hips semi-stacked over the knees and walk your hands out, lengthening your arms and lower the chest and the forehead towards the mat. Getting a nice stretch along the spine. And if you'd like to deepen this experience, deepen this stretch, press all 10 fingertips into the mat, lifting the palms and the wrists up off of the earth. So you're just indenting the 10 fingertips. And you may feel a little bit more of a lengthening along the spine, all the way through the sit bones. And when you're ready, add a nice little bend in the elbows, walking the hands back, coming back up to tabletop, please. Focus gaze, our breath moving within us. Let's find a nice flowy cat here, kind of undulate the spine a little bit more. So as you inhale, draw the chest forward and then up, the sit bones lift. And then as you exhale, bend the elbows, lower the sit bones towards your heels. And inhale, hover the body through and up. And then round the spine, lowering. And we begin to synchronize our movement to the length of your breath. And of course, if there's any kind of organic movement that wants to unfold here, let the mind settle onto guiding the breath and allow the body to free form and move as it wishes. And then we'll come back up towards tabletop. Extend your right leg, tuck the toes in, roll the shoulders down away from the ears, and extend and reach through your right heel. A nice calf stretch here. And then take your right foot and now cross it over to the left side. Curl your toes to the left. And we're gonna find a lion's breath. So as you inhale, the shoulders roll back, reach the crown of the head forward, and exhale over your left shoulder, out through the mouth. One more time, in breath. Make it count. Returning your breath back to normal. And then let's move to the second side. Left leg extends, toes tuck. And then we'll cross over. And lion's breath 2 times. Inhale, reach the crown of the head forward. Exhale over your right shoulder. Again. Coming back to center. Take your hands here. And now let's fan the hands out so where the fingertips are working to face towards your knees. Maybe they're facing towards the side walls. And then we'll release. And either sitting back on your heels or coming up to your knees, take the back of the hands together and then drop the elbows. And then we'll take one hand and then fingertips point down. And then the second. And we'll interlace and create some figure eights. And maybe switch up the direction. And then shake it all out, all the way up into the shoulders and the parted jaw. Okay, let's do this. So finding a comfortable seated position, my main focus for this next hour is how to create a sankalpa or an intention. And this is particularly valid at this time of the year with the solstice because it gives us a path to move into the light, a path to create and express our deepest desires and our dharma. So I'm using Rod Stryker's The 4 Desires Workbook, and I am truncating this quite a bit because truly this was about a 4-week process that I went through. So I'm going to use my version of it, as I have not gotten permission from Rod to be able to use his workbook for this class, but he's a good friend of mine, so I know he'll be okay with it. So let's meditate. So find a nice, comfortable, seated position, please. Find your breath. And continue to become aware of your breath, watching it move in and out. Maybe it's coming in and out through the nostrils and or mouth. And then as you watch just the breath you're breathing, soon it will be able to just flow more freely in and out through the nostrils. And continue to just focus on your breath and allow yourself to become more and more effortless. Continue to observe the breath moving in and out, perceiving your mind becoming more and more quiet. Please continue. No, thoughts may come and it feels a little bit bumpy. Feel the breath move, working the mind to quiet, effortless awareness. No rushing. See the distractions and come back to the breath. Becoming as effortless and relaxed as possible. As you follow the breath, continue to watch the breath move in and out. And then you'll begin to perceive a presence behind the thoughts, a presence of simple awareness. Once your mind has quieted down, recall a time in your life when you felt fully alive, a time where you experienced your very best self, being fully present. And immerse yourself in this experience of thriving by evoking this time when you were an unstoppable force. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to choose to remember a time when everything was perfect. It's ideal that you recall a time when you were thriving, in spite or despite circumstances. Remember a time when you were fully alive, flourishing. Take the next few minutes to allow your mind and body to become saturated in this remembrance. Remembering this most special time in your life. Soak it in. see rest in it. Notice the feelings, witness your thoughts, and absorb it all. Mentally, emotionally, physically. Experience as much as you can about the memory, about this moment of completely thriving. And as you become it, and absorb it, slowly begin to open your eyes, coming back to the breath. This is where we're going to take about 5 minutes or so to write about the experience, and how we're going to write about it is through a poem. So this poem does not have to rhyme, and it's just a first draft. Just begin to write what comes to you about your thriving moment, about your experience. It will only take about 5 minutes. And this becomes an essential step in creating our sankalpa. Just a roughly sketched out poem. Feel free to add the details in there, the sights, smells, sounds. Feel the thriving victory. What does that feel like? Maybe including writing about you, just fully and uniquely you. And take about 1 more minute to finish up. And then once you complete the exercise, set it aside and come back to it. And coming back to a comfortable seated position, bring your arms up to your shoulders. We're going to take an inhale. We're going to twist to the left, and then we're going to exhale to the right. Inhale to the left, exhale to the right. And then if it feels comfortable, quicken the pace. And then slow it down. Bring your hands to comfortable resting position. The breath moving within. So it's an essential step to think about moments in our lives where we thrive. Because thriving doesn't mean perfect. It means we walked through something, we were victorious. It's something that we were able to accomplish. And when we identify with those self moments, those positive moments, and recognize and respect the struggle, the darkness, what it took to get through it, obtain it, that leads us to this space of desire. And this space of desire Rod Stryker has put together, and this is part of, you can read this in quite a few different yoga books that talk about it, these 4 different desires. But desire is a force that we use to drive us forward in life. And I have printed out 10 copies of the 4 desires. So, hopefully we can share. It might be just about right, okay? So we're going to read through the 4 desires, and we'll read through them together. And the 4 desires are going to influence where we're at today to be able to write an effective sankalpa or intention. So the 4 desires, one being dharma, the second being artha, third being kama, and the 4th being moksha. So dharma, the longing for purpose, the drive to become who you are meant to be, a longing to fulfill your potential and contribute to the world. Dharma is based on the understanding that the world and all beings in it are linked. Thus, dharma is a longing to support the larger good. Artha is a longing for the means you require to fulfill your dharma and to tend to your other desires. It includes the desire for financial and material security, physical well-being, and a stable, secure home. It also includes any other things that require support of your pursuit of higher good. And then Kama is the longing for pleasure, sensual and sexual pleasure, friendship, intimacy, family, beauty, art, fellowship, play, adventure, creativity, and joy. Also includes the desire for the pleasure that accompanies ambitions fulfilled. All things that are aspired to and then achieved produce this feeling of pleasure. And then finally, we have moksha. This is the longing for true freedom and spiritual awareness. It means being able to fully live unburdened by your life and with all the things in it. Moksha is this intrinsic desire to realize a state beyond the confines of the other three desires. It's a longing to move beyond all suffering and fear and realize the highest of all joys. It's a hunger to know and merge with the highest truth. And at any one time in our life, we will experience or have probably gone through, based upon where we're at in life, any of these four desires. And that's why it's important when we look at a sankalpa, that a sankalpa is something that is achievable and that you can really memorize and look to fulfill your life within the next 6 to 18 months. So sankalpas, just like desires, are expendable. So a sankalpa is as we have it here, is a vow or a resolve that you do everything in your capacity to achieve or become. So now go back to that poem that you wrote. And as you look at your poem, see if you can circle 3 to 5 key words that stand out to you. Now, once you have circled your 3 to 5 key words, go back to those 4 desires and intuitively see which one is calling to you. You probably don't have to think about it super hard. Just trust your intuition. So far in this exercise, we've found our breath, regulating our nervous system. We've taken a moment to experience a memory where we have been thriving. And then we're becoming familiar with the categories of our desires. Now, in order for us to experience greatness or to move ourselves Forward, we also have to look at our shadows, our blockages, what's in our ways. And the Sanskrit term for this is vikalpa, Vikalpa. Vikalpa. So let's take a few moments and let's be our own best friend, spiritual leader, therapist. And you can either write this down or consider it mentally. What are your current blockages in life? What is in your way? When are you your most, or your own worst enemy? Maybe jotting down some of those traits or those thoughts. Identifying your resistance. Or more, or maybe look at the desire at the root of your pattern. The one that stands in the way of you fulfilling your specific intentions. Where do you create resistance for yourself? In this exercise of us reviewing this or writing it down, it brings about a sense of acknowledgement. We have to acknowledge our shadows, not be afraid of them. Without acknowledgement, we can't move through anything. I'm going to read this passage about Vikalpa and identifying the resistance. You're going to identify the resistance, moreover the desire at the root of your pattern, the one that stands in the way of you fulfilling your specific intention, and more than likely, much, much more. This type of desire is known as a Vikalpa, a desire that creates resistance and is in conflict with you fulfilling your soul's purpose. Most of us can acknowledge that we are at times our own biggest obstacle, the greatest resistance to achieving our goals. However, in this exercise, you're going to go one very critical step further. You're going to recognize and thereby acknowledge the resistance, not just by identifying it, but rather specifying what it is that you want that is the source of your resistance. The critical step is to acknowledge what you get out of perpetuating the resistance that keeps you from fulfilling your higher purpose and goals. You are what you are what your deep driving desire is. As your desire is, so is your will. As your will is, so is your deed. As your deed is, so is your destiny. taking a moment, I'll give you a few more minutes, and just sit with it and look at it. What your blockages are without judgment. Right. Just as it is, an obstacle. Notice the sensations. Notice the emotions, the feelings that may arise. Without judgment, without fear. When you're ready, set it aside. Let's come to our hands and knees, please. Tabletop position. And then take a nice inhale, lift the chest forward and up, the sit bones lift. And as you exhale, curl the toes under, lower the sit bones towards your heels. On your next inhale, straighten the legs towards downward facing dog. And then exhale, lower the knees back down to the mat. In breath, chest draws forward and up, sit bones lift. Exhale, sit bones to heels. In breath, lengthen the legs, downward facing dog. Exhale, bring the knees back down to the mat, tabletop. In breath, lift the chest forward and up. Exhale, lower the sit bones towards the heels. In breath, straighten the legs, downward facing dog. Hold downward facing dog for 3 breaths. If you wish to bend one knee and then the other, feel free to do so. And then take an in-breath, lengthen your right leg back behind you. Use an exhale, thread the right foot between the hands. Lower the back left knee to the mat. In-breath, reach the arms up overhead. Then exhale, sink into your front knee, take cactus arms. In-breath, coming back up. And then exhale, take it. In-breath, coming back up. Last time, exhale, take it. Bring the hands together at the heart space here. Allow the thumbs to nestle into the sternum. Take an in-breath, lift the chest slightly up. And as you exhale, take a nice lateral twist to your right. Elbow to knee if you desire. In-breath brings us back to center. Exhale, release the hands. Bring the hands to the earth, straighten the front knee. Take a nice runner's lunge here. Toes come up off of the mat. And then slowly draw the heel back towards tabletop. In breath, heart draws forward and up. Exhale, sit bones to heels. In breath, downward facing dog. Exhale, knees to the mat. In breath, chest and sit bones lift. Exhale, lower towards your heels. Feel all 10 fingertips grip the mat. In breath, lengthen the legs. Hold for 3 breaths. Next, in breath, left leg extends back behind you. And feel the extension from the navel all the way through your extended foot. One more inhale, maybe coming up to your right tiptoes, and use the power of the exhale to thread the left foot between the hands. Back knee lowers to the mat. In breath, arms come up overhead. Exhale, take cactus arms. This time, in breath, reach forward. Exhale, take it up. In breath, extend through the fingertips. Exhale, cactus arms. In breath, reach forward. Exhale, take it up. In breath, energetically reach. Exhale, bring the hands to the heart space. In breath, lift the chest with the thumbs. And exhale, take your twist. And then release out of the twist here. Hands floss your front foot. Walk your hands back, straightening your front leg. And then we'll draw the heel back. And let's find your bolster and a block. And we're going to set the block underneath your bolster right here. And then we'll lean against bolster. So for those of us in teacher training, just a little series of exercises we've done was one, to move the chi or the prana within us through the beginning of the moment. And then 2, just the little kriya that we just did was to focus our movements with our breath. And notice that it was just nice and light and everything was with our hips closed. We did not open our hips at all, because oftentimes when we kind of do this deeper work, opening our hips can create vulnerability. So all of the work that we have done is with our closed hips. So once you drop back into your seated position, now bring the soles of the feet together into a butterfly pose. And here we'll begin to softly open our hearts, open our bodies, the spaces that hold our trauma. And we're doing so in a grounded, reclined way, so we can more easily access different areas within us. Connect with your breath. Feel the softness and the spaciousness once again consume you. Feel tension melt away from the face. Feel the shoulders wrap around your bolster. The arms and the back body supported, becoming heavy. Feel your awareness move down into the pelvic bowl. Notice the areas that are firing or coming to attention. soles of the feet together. Now let's lengthen our legs out in front of us, please. Finding the breath in the body. Feel the fall and the rise of the abdomen. And recognizing that your body is supported. And at this time, there's nowhere we need to go but here, and nothing that needs to be accomplished but here. Now let's begin to refine our breath. And as you take your next inhale, breathe the first third of your breath or your lung capacity in the low belly, and then fill the second third of the breath into the diaphragm, and the final third of the breath into the upper lungs. And then as you exhale, just exhale one nice continuous exhale. Again, our Viloma breathing pattern, similar to what we did earlier. And take your time and notice where it may feel stuck a little bit. Eventually, our breath will begin to smooth out. So working with each inhale, third of the breath in the low belly, second third through the diaphragm, and the final third through the upper lungs, and then a nice continuous exhale. It's more comfortable to sit up instead of laying back on a bolster. Feel free to make that adjustment. And please continue with this breathing pattern. And if it becomes too much, just return back to your normal breath. If you can sustain the breathing pattern, let's do so for another moment. The pauses to feel relaxed. Allow the inhales to feel soft without force, but with effort. And imagine this breath within us beginning to clear space, clearing the space within us, spreading upward, inside of us, shining our shoes. Now gradually begin to let go of your breathing technique and allow your breath to become natural. And as your breath becomes natural, bring your attention into the midbrain, center of the head, just slightly behind the eyes. There's no need to visualize anything clearly here. Just simply rest your awareness here, in the midbrain, behind the eyes. If thoughts arise, just notice them without engagement. Let them pass like the clouds moving through the sky. Each time time the mind wanders, gently return to simple awareness. Please continue. I'm going to take it a step further and enter what is called more of a bliss awareness, allowing our awareness to soften even further, soften even more. Notice any subtle senses of ease, contentment, quiet pleasure. I'm already present. Maybe very faint, and that is enough. Rather than trying to create bliss, just simply recognize it. Ease, contentment, and quiet pleasure. Letting this feeling expand naturally without effort. Sense as though you have this warmth slowly spreading throughout your body. Maybe you can identify and sense even more lightness within you, more stillness, more ease, more contentment. This sense of calm, wordless joy. Whatever arises is welcome. Continue to rest here, allowing this sense of bliss to be felt rather than analyzed. Blissful awareness, sensing and feeling. And begin to feel your breath just slightly deepening. Notice the sensations in the body. Notice your points of contact, your weight and support beneath you. Gently begin to invite small movements to your fingers and toes. Before you open your eyes, once again acknowledge the sense of inner fullness, knowing that it is always available to us beneath the activity, beneath the thoughts. We have inner fullness. Unreactive bliss. When you're ready, slowly begin to invite more movement. And we will all meet together in a seated position. Please take your time. Once you come to seated, consider those 3 to 5 words that you circled. Just feel them. Think about if there was nothing stopping us, no vikalpa, nothing standing in our way. What vow do you want to make to yourself right now for the next 6 to 8 months, 6 to 18 months? Think about those 4 categories: Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. And if there was one of those that particularly stood out for you, identify it now. And then when you're ready, consider incorporating possibly those 3 to 5 words with the essence of one of those 4 desires and writing about what you want to accomplish. And write it in a way that is practical. There's nothing standing in your way. What would be practical? And think about considering the needs to accomplish it. And maybe it's sentences that you need to write out right now. And maybe it's something specific, or maybe it's something that's more generally overall an essence. Maybe in this sankalpa, or this exercise of fulfillment, you can even be creative to invite the sensation or the feelings that you want to achieve. There are no rules. And I invite you to use actionable kind of words. Maybe this, inside of your sankalpa as an option, you draw upon your vikalpa, those obstacles that are in your way. Maybe that's exactly the sankalpa. And recognizing that what you're writing here, it's most likely just a first draft. And this is something that maybe you can consider refining after you leave this practice today. So for the teacher training students, when we went through kind of this bliss meditation, notice that we took a butterfly pose, which opens our hips gently, and then we were also leaned back on a bolster so we had support. We were in a place of safety, and notice that during any of the movements, we didn't do any big, huge heart openers and back bends. We wanted to create a nice neutral space, but bliss needs to come from a place of heart intelligence. So we're just slightly opening ourselves up in order to gain a practical, therapeutic, and safe response to get to that place of quiet, blissful stillness. Using the energetics of each of the poses and what their responses are. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts about everything we've discussed between moments of where we're thriving, to identifying our vikalpa, our blockages, to coming to a place of non-attachment, non-attached bliss, to discovering maybe what it is we want to achieve within the next little bit here, 6 to 18 months. And the importance of giving ourselves these types of milestones. Because these milestones, or this sankalpa, allows us to, in a sense, befriend our shadow. And when we can befriend our shadow and use our shadow as an actionable item towards one of our desires, fear doesn't become a roadblock anymore. Any thoughts, any questions? Of course.
We all have our focus, our summer in our life. But when we want to start that, sometimes we face that fear. Before starting our work.
Yeah.
So how could we get rid of from that fear? Because in my opinion, that fear just activates our avatar inside our brain.
Sure. Well,
And as a negative response, that and secrete some kinds of hormone, which turns off some negative response in our body and gives some inhibition to the work which we really want to do. So, to get rid from that kind of complex negative response of dealing with this sankalpa, how could we get rid of that?
that's a good question, and it's a complex question, and by trade I am not a therapist, so I have to stick within my wheelhouse of experience in order to answer that, right? But what I do know is we are all born with some sort of trauma, childhood trauma or past life trauma, depending on what our beliefs are. So, and as human nature defines it, that not just the trauma, but some of those nervous system responses, those fights, those flights, those pauses of stillness are mechanisms that are built into us, you know, in order for us to survive, because we are creatures of survival. What I do, and this is the fun part for me, because this is why yoga is my lifelong practice, because my sankalpa or my desires change. We cycle through them. And then I realized we all recognize that maybe our sankalpa has shifted and changed, and it's supposed to be completed in a way that we can't see. But the bottom line of where I go with this is the consistency in my practice. It's the consistency that creates those neural pathways of habit. We are all habitual creatures. So this sankalpa, and in fact, I need to redo this exercise for myself. I still have mine on my refrigerator, and it's something that I have fulfilled. I've memorized it. I look at it all the time. I put these little triggers and these reminders in front of me visually. Then I come back to my meditation where I sense it. I feel it. I look at it without judgment, because when we're creating our sankalpas, it's not a yes or no kind of question. It's not a pass or fail. It's something for us to work towards. And I think in life, all of us need that, When we're 8 years old, we look up to our big sister, wow, I can't wait till I'm 12, Or I look at someone like Brandy, I'm like, oh my God, I aspire to, do the kind of work that you do, and it's just, where am I at in my wheelhouse? That's how I would answer that question. Yeah, thank you. Let's see, anything else? Did you find it? Yeah, Lisa.
I just want to respond to that. I'm kind of new to all of this introspection and growth, probably within the last 2 or 3 years. And one thing that I've learned is that when you're in fear, you're not in action. And that just brings about an awareness that, like you were saying, that this all brings about a fear. And then the next step is lack of action. And then in that lack of action, the fear will tend to go away if you just do the next best thing. Even if it's a tiny little thing. You take one step toward the goal, the sankalpa, and just that one small step takes away some of the fear. And then you do it again, and it takes away more of the fear. And just that constant, and that was part of my sankalpa, and do it again, and do it again, and do it again. And those small steps forward take away the fear. Maybe not all of it, and not always, but I have found that to be the case, one small step.
Yeah, I think that this goes along with that Svayaya tapas, which is that idea that you study, you do the work, Svayaya, you do self-study. And then tapas is you go forward with burning desire, is what it really means. Anybody else wants to learn their adjectives, but you're driving forward, and she said it's baby steps, and it's the third factor, trust and hope is, for me, that's what Ishvara Pranidhana is. I really like this quote by Jane Goodall. I was reading her book of hope when she passed a couple weeks ago. She says the difference between an optimist, because she's worked so hard, we had so many setbacks with her work with animals and environment and all that, and she said, just do the work. Because you're not given, it's not just being optimistic, oh yeah, I'm optimistic, it's be fine. The difference is hope is you get out there and you do your sort of all over again, you take baby steps, and I think that's what those three are important to work together. Recognition, do the work, and hope.
And I think that's an excellent segue into, the topic that you want to bring us through. And the next period is with the tapas, or that fire. There are specific formulas or practices that we can do in order to help us in that actionable way, because, depending on your dosha and where we're at or what we need that fire to kind of burn through the stuff that sets us back or holds us back.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things of using our yoga practices for these specific reasons, to achieve our sankalpas, to achieve our desires, to move forward and create a new one. So, yeah. I feel like that there might, or does everyone feel comfortable with, just going through these exercises with the intention and the meaning of Sankalpa? Do we need to expand upon that at all? Do you feel like you can achieve basically, given the exercise that we've done? Good.
Yeah, that was it. I thought the desires thing was really cool. I mean, just,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then when we could just kind of intuitively see where we fit, on our life path and in one of those categories, as I review them often, you can kind of just see your personal journey through them. And when I see my personal journey, then I think this kind of comes to your point again. I don't see failure. I just see a journey, a path. I see where I broke my wrist, I see the scars, and I'm proud of them. And I think everyone in this room who is sitting here you're here intentionally. And so for that, we are privileged, right? But it is 3:40, and I have kind of gone through what was really important to me, and take this Sankalpa and refine it. Refine it on your own. Make it work for you. And this is what you could bring into your meditations, portions of your meditations, or your daily practice, or your daily walk. And it becomes us, it embodies us, and we are our intention. Just like the bliss. It is all within us. We just have to access it and see beyond our layers.
I find it nice to know that it evolves.
Yeah.
So 6 months, 18 months, it's going to evolve again. And so it's constantly growing, and it allows us to look at those shadows and see what may be in our way and allow us to get around it.
Mm-hmm. And yes. And what I love about this work is when we do this work with intention, that the shadow work, I've noticed, also evolves. It's just like, oh wait, you just end up peeling back layer after layer. You're like, oh no, this is actually the root of it.
Right.
Yeah. Like, oh, that was just. Yeah.
That also goes with the solstice.
Absolutely.
It's the darkened times that allows us to see the light.
And for us to find our personal fire and power within, so we can, like the phoenix rising,
Right.
we get to burn and rebirth. So one of the other things that I was kind of slated to talk about today that we were looking at, I kind of want to go in, now that we've done this exercise, I kind of want to geek out a little bit on some of the poses and different things like that. So today we worked with just real simple exercises, our closed hips. And I wanted to bring us to a place of thoughtfulness rather than exuberance, right? So that's why we didn't do any big back bends. That's why we kind of did a couple of twists just to kind of work the energy through and get through us. But when do we know that our bodies, in order for us to move through the work, and so if we're using a yoga practice intentionally, such as kind of what we've created today in Solstice, when do we know that we want to use a restorative practice, a yin practice, or a vinyasa flow practice, or a yoga nidra? And what are the differences? And I think that it's really important for us to look at that. When we're thinking about specifically this time of year, and we're in more of this Kapha season, we want a more grounded type presence. So we want to honor a grounded type presence. So maybe our back bends that we do are more wheels where like we're on the earth or something like that versus, you know, us being really tall and out here and taking these tall dancer poses and things like that. We want to build and gradually build that fire and honor where we're at so we don't burn ourselves out, right? And I think it's important to mention the differences between a restorative practice and a yoga nidra practice and a yin practice, for sure. Because those can get intermixed. And one of the things we want to consider with the restorative practice, that it is 100% at ease, 100% comfortable. That's why you use 25 different props. You want to make yourself and your students purely comfortable to that place of sleep, where you want to go to sleep, where you can just restore and connect. And in that restorative practice, you can still achieve the heart openers, the back bends, the twists, and do it in a way that is 100% of ease. Make that your goal. So when you're going to a restorative class, get more props. Make that your goal, because our body needs that. If you're being called to go to that kind of practice, do it and make yourself completely comfortable. That's why sometimes, honestly, I try to personally avoid like yin restorative classes, because let's talk about yin. Yin is, and I can understand why it can get convoluted and misunderstood and become restorative, because we're holding the poses, right? We're holding particular poses for 3 to 5 minutes, but the idea of yin is more of a physical therapeutic as well for our reconnective tissue and our joints and muscles and our muscular system, as well as our, I always pronounce this word wrong, endocrine? Endocrine, thank you. I always, it's like leopard for me, leopard. And, but it requires effort. There is effort in that. So be aware of like a yin restorative kind of practice, because you're not going to be fully restored and you're not going to be fully yinned out. So it just kind of depends on the compilation of the practice and the class and your teacher, but know those are significant differences, right?
Yeah, I think too, the gift that Yin gives us, because it is not always, you know, feeling nice and fluffy, and we're just relaxing, it puts out our resistance, you know, as we're in these shapes for a while. People like a low lunge or something like that, we really like, yeah, I can feel my resistance physically. You can pinpoint where it is more. So I think that's the gift that you use.
Yeah, and oftentimes when we hold poses, our mind starts to click in. And with the yin practice, we are always being drawn or asked to come back to the body. In a restorative practice, we can more clearly contemplate our thoughts because we're at ease, we're at rest. So there is, you know, probably the big difference on a mental note. Let's talk about yoga nidra. So these sankalpas that we're creating are fantastic to bring into your yoga nidra practices. Because yoga nidra, even though nidra is Sanskrit for sleep, we are not asleep. It is vastly different from a restorative practice. Nidra, yoga nidra, is not a restorative practice. It is one of complete restful awareness. In fact, it's nice to go into a nidra practice, like after a shavasana and pranayama technique, so we can fully embody through all of our nadis, through all of our energetic channels, the essence of bliss, the essence of becoming or yoking to our highest self. And that's why Yoga Nidra it has come out in the spotlight. It is such a profound and powerful practice that will do wonders. So we don't want to sleep through Yoga Nidra. We want to maintain and practice this complete awareness. So if you find yourself wanting to sleep through a Yoga Nidra practice, raise an arm. While you are completely at rest, just raise an arm to keep yourself in a state of awareness. And then you can be guided through the body and into the Sankalpa, because we're really working into the true essence of being. So I think that's important. And then vinyasa is vinyasa. And I love vinyasa, and it is a big part of my practice, but yet I don't know how relevant it is for us when we're doing this deeper work. So some of us burn, and what the vinyasa practice does is it just really engages and invokes like a heightened awareness, I would say. Do you agree with that? And it's more actionable, you know. I'm losing my words today. I'm like, there's a specific word that I want. I can't find it. What's that?
You're blissed out.
I kind of am happy. Let's see. What else? I think we're getting about ready to transition to the solstice practice here. So let's take a couple moments, maybe take a quick break, and yeah. And I'm going to turn up the heat a little bit.
Yeah. But we got so relaxed when the kids are here too. You just feel like
Yeah.
It says it's 73. Yay! What's been going on? Oh my God! This brings me joy to see you. And you are amazing. And I was actually thinking about that. I was like, you know, like, when you drive in, when you drive things, it's so dry race one. Yeah, I'm pulling like, I start with everybody's like, what's your heart saying, what's your why, why are you here, you know, it's really that vision. So that's totally what was like cultivation combination workshops and pulling the wisdom out of everybody and creating today. And we love it so much. We're such geeks that way. I love it.
good place to end. You know, we are. Really? So nobody notices something, that's so thank you.
You're welcome.
We're just, yeah, we just, yeah. Oh, thank you. It's nice seeing you.
Yeah, you too.
So I was thinking how to do. I was thinking that do home practices to have some in our heads. So we can just have a high first and then fire. Right? Yeah, and then we can watch. I have another fire on that. That would be a good thing.
Okay, I like it.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
like it. I'm gonna set up my singing bowls real quick.
Oh, yes.
So this one unfortunately is damaged. So I'm gonna go
Oh.
with the heart.
Oh, my.
Okay. Okay, so next week is you and me, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you need more blankets?
I'm wondering what do we have people online?
No, I think it's
No.
just us.
Oh, okay.
I wanted these guys to see themselves teach, and we had one person that it's so hard to
Yeah.
pay any attention to that. She kind of was like, oh, I may not be able to do it anyway, so okay, well, don't do it, and we'll just record it, and
So I can come to this side then.
yeah.
I think I'm gonna sit back. Bye, Nicole, it's good to see you.
Yeah. He couldn't share it around. You missed Doug's Qigong class, it was really cool. He did.
I know, I'm so
The
sorry, I
hardest
really
thing.
wanted to. I'm so interested in embodying just the energy in that practice. I'm sorry that I missed that.
It's all good. It's all good. I do have a handout if you want. That just, it goes over the practice that I did.
May I?
Yeah.
That would be awesome, I love that. And then we'll take this one, because this is where the fire
Okay,
ignites.
here's one more. This is a nice thing. Is that from my studio in Shanti 1,000 years ago?
Maybe.
Oh, and then this is like, I thought it was a hard time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that.
I'm like, it could be. I miss your store up there.
I do too. It was fun.
We start researching more elemental yoga, this bringing fire, water, air. Just 'cause
Yeah.
I'm an elementalist.
Obviously.
Yeah, it is so, I mean, working with the elements through a yoga practice, it's just, it takes on this huge, profound experience. It takes you into the essence of yoga. I mean, it's right there with, the
What's that?
Ayurvedic principles.
In Qigong's the same way, so I do a fire and water. So if I'm needing to energize this fire, I need to heal and just focus on that, it's more the water. And it's just the different moves.
I love that. That's like, we just sparked,
Well,
when you teach, you can take your practice, like,
Well, and when you do that, because I also do energy. So as I work through the chakras, it's also that energy. So, typically they're just like, well, Reiki, you're going to do just earth energy. That's the safest. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes you need to bring in fire to burn out an infection.
absolutely,
Follow it with water to soothe it.
absolutely.
And so that's where I'm like, okay, now I'm starting to.
Yeah, that's how that's how I apply a lot of common sense to specific ailments within me or, mental constructs. I really look at things like that. Does this need fire? Does it need to be blasted out? Or does this need more of a soothing type nurturing sensation? So I use it all the time for my own personal self-diagnosis.
Well, so, yeah, so as your sessions, it's just like,
So
it's like, remembering back to when I was energetic. Oh, okay, let's bring that feeling back. Okay. Because I know in March I've got a big change. Corporate America at that point abandons me. I'm like, okay,
let's go this path and see what happens. And so things are starting to click.
It's gonna be great. Yeah, so.
excited, which you and I can talk about,
Yeah.
that 9:30 that you're talking about. I might be able to change my lunch schedule if it's near my office.
Okay, that sounds good. Cool. We're getting ready to start the next piece. And this is going to be a fire pit. And so, the work that you do thing with the paper, and you want to keep some of that. So, I'm really curious. My office stuff. These are obviously, you know, there. So if you would like to do some of these, we're gonna be throwing things into the fire. We're not gonna really burn anything, obviously. No, I used to do that up in Shanty.
I know I have another, like singing bowl that I usually bring because I don't play it anymore, and it's not crystals, so I use that as kind of like a burn.
Oh, yeah.
So I wish I would have brought that.
Well, I just think it's fantastic that we don't have fire. Because alarms go off, but you can imagine. And what we're gonna do is I think this would be a good time, speaking of the fire, to go ahead and move a little bit from what we've been talking about with all these earth and water, and then use fire. And so I thought we might use a little fire right now. So we can have a catch area. So anyway, you're gonna be throwing something away in there. So you want to keep your hair. Thank you. There's lots. I know. I just don't have it. So here's, yeah. Because I'm in my house, and the index card would be great if we had this works. So I just love that. So, choose your, yes.
Choose my weapon.
Choose your, yes. Well, for that, it's I'm not sure if other people are coming to this last part, so we may do it sorry, a little bit earlier. We'll see. Go start monitoring this bit. It is 402.
402.
402. Be specific.
So a lot of people took flyers and I saw much.
Yeah. Well, oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, you know what that is? You missed it. It's, I read it out of paper at home, and I had a yellow blue pad it. We're gonna throw things into this fire pit, okay? And if you wanna keep what you wrote, that legal paper, okay, you can do that. It's kind of helping me clear out my office as well. To get rid of all my paper, it was very hard to do, so. So yeah, so what we're gonna start doing, I'm thinking, is get into the fire element a little bit more, because we've been in, very introspective space, which is, an earthly in one way, and watery in one way, but also, the crown chakra and air and all that kind of stuff. So I think it'd be kind of good to come back into fire here. And I was going to do it at some point anyway, but I think we'll just start out there. I don't know if there's really a lot of other people doing this, so I'll just go ahead and tell you that if there's something from all that you've been working with today that you would like to throw away into figurative bonfire, we're going to do a little chant thing, and then we're going to throw it into bonfire. So use your index card.
I never know whether to write something that I want to get rid of or something I want to try and
Yeah. We're going to throw away something we want to get rid of. I base this off of, there's 3 deities, that there's, and they represent kind of the 3 ways the path is set to take to be enlightened, to feel happy. And the first one is Shiva, who is represented by many avatars. There's Ganesha up there, Ganesha on the back. Ganesha is the one that, or Shiva, that idea, that deity is kind of like what we're working on, your obstacles. Obstacles aren't all bad things, they are shadows that we sometimes learn from by acknowledging them. When I teach a public class here, I usually tell people just something that you really like to get out of their head. Maybe someone says something to you. It's bad, and it's like, yeah, it's not really bad. Take it easy, really big, clean obstacle that is in the way that you guys were talking about, in the way of your desire. So that would be the first one, that's Shiva. And the second one that we'll do is the planting the seed. That will be from planting the seed of our intention. So that would be, again, do something little. I find this Trojan used in psychology a lot as well, in personal development courses and whatnot, but it comes originally from yoga. So, and probably other ways in yoga. So that would be what you do the second time. And then the third deity is Vishnu, the one who nurtures the seed, the one who cares for the seed, the one who is fortifying the seed. We'll talk about the fortifications and all that. So those are the 3 main pillars of all this stuff. Okay? And I think we're going to go ahead and start standing up. I'm still going to delaying. I think someone will be here, but if you were here.
What I do at solstice is I burn what I don't want anymore, and then I eat pieces of small candy to say this is what I want to bring into the next year.
What do you do? Good way of saying it?
Yeah, so there's, that's kind of a group that get together on solstice and we burn what we don't want to have, and then we have a little bowl of candy sitting next to it. So right after you burn something, you eat a piece of candy and think about what you want. So you bring the sweetness in after you.
There is.
I should have a bowl of candy.
Next year, we're adopting it.
You should grab some, I've been collecting these things, I don't think you can, there was something called Karmakar. It was a site on the internet, this is like 2 years ago or so. And they have all these traditions from all these countries, and it's really interesting to see. And how mistletoe is changing and all that. Just for example.
I don't know where it started, but I noticed up in Idaho City, they do luminaries on solstice.
They do?
They
The whole street is lined, and they take it all the way out to the airport.
Wow.
Yeah, so tomorrow I'm
That's so
actually
cool.
check it out.
Yeah. That's here.
It's up in
In
Idaho
Iowa
City.
City.
They- Have they?
Yeah.
Yeah, we moved here 7 years ago, so I'm still adapting.
Yeah.
Everything's
There and it's here.
I know, my throat is so
So-
dry.
What is up with that?
Yeah, they've got it going on.
I've noticed, like,
So,
Past couple of days, I've been, maybe
Yeah.
since that big
I'm gonna
windstorm,
fix up the lab room.
I'm feeling it.
Gosh, that was awful.
Oh, it just kind of like happened everywhere.
So we don't, we can music yet, but I do have something I want to play later. So let's just kind of feel ourselves coming into a horse stance. So you feel, I guess it's called, this comes from Max Strom, I've talked to you guys about it a lot, but you're like riding a big horse, you know, a big fat horse. So you're going to use your legs kind of to squeeze in a little bit. And we'll just take a few movements with our arm, we're going to in with our arms, we're going to inhale down, just coming up, and just do that a few times, so you can get a groove of it. And remembering that there's, the first thing is we're going to, something that we might want to release from our brain, release from our refrigerator, release from whatever. And then we're going to come into the fire mudra, which looks like this. And we're going to try to start here using a little bit of your Ujjayi breathing, not Ujjayi, I'm trying to say it. Talk about fire breath. Yeah, and so just kind of feel that a little bit. That's that active exhale like this. And then we're going to do this chant means into the fire pit of Lord Bhairava, the most fierce form of Shiva. I throw away what I no longer need. Be gone, be gone, be gone. But that's what it means, but we're going to do the chant that will say that. Okay? So here it goes, we'll say Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Swaha, 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 Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Swaha, 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 Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Swaha. Keep going, Swaha. Feel it in your body, feel fierce and ready to do something. Get rid of this, behind us, there's power to the body, the environment to pose. Okay, 2 more. Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Swaha, 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 Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Hom Pat, Swaha, Swaha, Swaha. Be gone. Oh. What do you think, my wife? Okay, so if we had a bonfire, we would be burning the fire. The next movement doesn't look like a chant. Deepa, maybe, do you know a good chant that means yes in Sanskrit? Oh, no, I'm sorry, I put you on the spot. I don't know a good chant for saying yes. Can you know one?
That Sanskrit word, do you want to know?
Is that a mantra?
I usually chant Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Oh, Hari Om.
Yes,
Hari
Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Hari.
Okay.
Hari Om.
Do you want to read this?
When it's Hari Om.
Do you want to read this? She has a beautiful voice.
Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. That's it. That's it. Yes.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Oh, yes, I've heard that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Really remember.
Hari Om. That's it. Hari Om. That's it. One more time. Hari Om.
in your heart, or go back down to you, the fire. The fire is mainly for burning the stuff, but you need tapas, you need for moving forward into
Yes.
extraction future.
This kind of a bij mantra which you call the seed, this Hari Om Tat and Sat.
Yeah.
It's kind of a seed.
The seed.
Seed.
Yeah.
It imparts the power, the infinity within yourself. That's if you just Google it, I don't know what you can find, but it's kind of Vedic word that actually what will be the right word? Purna Brahma. That means that Almighty, that power, that energy, that universe. We actually address that Almighty or Purna Brahma in Vedic chant, that Hari Om Tat Sat. And according to Vedic culture, Om is a Purna Brahma, which is a full circle. And Om is the absolute, the absolute. So if we can chant Om, it is enough. So and Hari means Vishnu.
Vishnu, okay.
Yeah, Hari means Vishnu.
So, Vishnu, the one who nurtures, that's really cool. And because the Yoga Sutras say in the first book that there's these obstacles, 9 obstacles, 9 what they call disturbances or something like that, 9 afflictions. And there's 4 ways to help fortify yourself against them. And I'll tell you what those are in a minute. But the main, they all have to do with Vishnu. But they said the main one, the most important one is to chant Om.
Yes,
So, yeah.
Om is a full circle.
Yeah.
That power, that the universe and everything is Om. Because when we chant Om, it vibrates. It vibrates our entire body, our chakras, our bandhas, and everything. And if we just look into the science, the astronomy, not astrology, the astronomy, if we can hear the sound of the universe, if you know about that nebula, that galaxy, the sound, you can hear the same sound of this kind of sound.
Yeah.
So this Om sound is really significant, both scientifically and both and Ayurveda and also.
Yeah.
Because I like to connect that science with Vedic.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
One thing, speaking of science, is it's true that we embody what we embody. You were talking about you were talking about fear and sense of failure, but
If I can explain that fear before focusing on working, that is procrastination. I think everyone will agree with me that procrastination.
yeah,
I think we all can face that procrastination at least once in our life.
it's one of the 9 Antreyas, is what the Sanskrit name is, Antreyas. Am I saying that properly? Antreyas. Okay, Anta, Anterey.
Andreas.
Yeah, that's it. There's 9 of them, and that procrastination is one, and fear is one. There's 9 of them, so they're the usual suspects, and this was written, 600 BCE. In the sutras, and it's just, you look at it, it's like, I'm still, that was still there, so it's kind of interesting to see all that. But you were saying that kind of baby steps are maybe that you were saying just keep trying and trying. And that is what happens with your brain, to develop courage, to develop your ability to get past the 9 afflictions, and you do things and like chanting, I'll tell you other forearm we have on the neck. But basically,
I think breathing, if you coordinate Om with breathing, it will give a good amount of oxygen to your blood, which will help your brain
to give you courage and activate your endocrine system and all. And if you then use the mind object, I mean, if you connect that Eastern yoga philosophy with Western science, that will be.
So let's just do a little bit of it more body work. So we did this, we came down and did all that kind of stuff. And this is also from Matt Strong. And I just like to do just a little bit of, we were avoiding open hips, but I'd like to do just a little bit of the lunar flow for you, lunar flow, because this time of the year is a very lunar time and very feminine and receptive. We're coming back to the womb, we're coming into the cave. So I think this flow would be nice to do. And I'm just going to do it in the classic way. So I'll just have you take a step instead of sometimes I can go, do this and leave and come over and do all that kind of stuff. We'll just do the classic way, which would be just to come over to this, facing this wall in the middle of your mat. And just as you're in the pose, think of the pose as a question that you're looking for the answer to. So the asanas that we're in, we're not doing them to be in shape. So we're doing like 1 or 2 and side angle and triangle, and we'll come back to center and do it on the other side. Think of them more as a question that's going to help you in your self-study. Okay, where is the resistance? I use this often when I'm teaching a yoga class to have people question themselves when they're in a pose. Like, why do I want to get out of this pose? So that is it my mind? Is it my body? Is it just boredom? Those are all the afflictions. So we'll just do this and then we'll come back on there. So yeah, good enough. All right, so in this, we start out in mountain, just feeling your sense of mountain. And even in this pose, just what is this telling me? What am I learning from this pose? Let it be a question. How does this feel? Do I feel stable and strong? Do I feel like I'm trying to fulfill a particular way to do mountain, or am I getting the essence? As Jennifer said, all these poses have different energies. What is the energy of this pose for me? Am I resisting it? Am I accepting it? Okay, so then from here, we bring our hands into our heart and take our hands up and out. Okay, so if you have bad shoulders like me, you might be like this. You can go up a little more. And then we're just going to go ahead and do the Durga Mudra, which is index fingers together, the fingers wrap. And let's just lean over to the right. And let your left hip move to the left. And roll your heart a little bit more towards the ceiling. What is this pose? Answer. What are you learning about yourself here? Bring it back up. And I'm not going to tell you how to breathe either. So just breathe in that, just breathe. Your breath is part of the pose. What is your breath? What is your body telling you? What is your mind? Your mind, body, and breath are all your body. And then we'll come back to center. You bring your hands down, bending your knees, either step or hop your way out to goddess pose again. And we're just going to feel this for a moment. Feel your power. Sometimes it's called temple. So that might evoke that feeling from this pose better for you. Or goddess, feeling the goddess energy. The goddess Mother Earth. And then pressing your hands out, straightening your legs. We're going to first go to the right. So turn your right foot, coming into warrior 2. You might want to take your hands to your hips. I really was doing that hip stuff. I thought that was great. So anyway, feeling your hips and just kind of notice your way down. And then you come into what you feel is, this is warrior 2. This is the dude, you're dry. Cut off what's head. Restorative is it, it's power. This is the power. You want to take your hands and make a little fist, and your arms getting stronger. You like change it up a little bit for me. You might do a mudra. Mudras can be anything you do with your hands. From here, ask yourself what the question is posed. What is the answer? We're going to take our hands up, for this guy for a reverse warrior two. I'm gonna be very done with what am I learning from this pose? And then taking over to side angle. And it could be little physical things like, oh, I'm learning this pose, it feels better for me not to come down so low. We might have some other thing, but just feel this pose. Pose is the question. And here, let's just get into triangle. You might want to shift your feet so they're closer together. Let's come into triangle. And then we're going to take our arm back a little bit so we can feel that our heart is getting more open towards the ceiling. And again, if you want to keep your arm down, you can do that. But again, as Jennifer said, each pose has an attitude to it, an energy. So if you're feeling like, oh, I really want to get my heart more open, this would be a good place to do that. And then we're going to come on back up. And goddess. And just shift to the other side. Now taking your left foot forward, find your warrior two. Okay, so this is a great warrior that gets rid of the obstacles. You can equate it with Shiva. In fact, the killing took place at the behest of Shiva's life. Do you know that story, Jennifer?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a story that So anyway, we take our left arm up, and then we go ahead and now we're going to use this pose to shoot our arrow. So this is the idea of planting a seed as a sankalpa, or it could be associated with Rama, however you want to do it. And then we come up into triangle, let our heart open out to the grace that is available to us, to the peace that's available to us right now. Open it with your heart. Receive the grace from these shapes. And then coming on back into us. And then coming back in to half moon. And then go back into mountain with prayer hands. And let's just do that one more time. And kind of, it's a pretty simple little flow. Feel free to change it up for you to make it work for your body. If you want to go back and forth, or you want to do more things, we're just going to think about how those poses energetically are affecting us and what if they're telling us. So we can first step out. Oh, I didn't do this yet. And over. Coming back in, stepping, so jumping out. Got it. Press out. Right. Into your two. Feel your strength with your heart. Your righteous. Right. To get rid of your obstacles. And take your arms up. And then come down. Once the obstacle's been destroyed, shoot your arrow. And then open your heart to grace. And back in, guys. And then to the left, warrior two. Strong warrior two. Coming from the third chakra, I can. Moving your arm up. So we're moving from the fire element from our core. And then intention setting, moving back to feeling grace. And you might give it a name today. Maybe there's something that you want to thank somebody who has supported you, who has allowed you to move forward. Maybe it's a faith or a furry friend or a family member, or maybe it's a character from the book. Sending out grace to them. Gratitude. And then coming back in. Coming back up. one side. And then to the other. And then we're just going to take our hands down, rub your shoulders towards your ears and circle them back, put your shoulder blades together. Take your hands behind you and step your feet apart for a wide stance forward fold. Okay? Yep. Take it slowly in a way that makes sense to you. You can take your knuckles up towards the ceiling. You could keep them on your knees, but you don't want to go all the way down. Or you can go all the way down, walk your hands over to your right foot. And then you swing your right hand up towards the ceiling. So just make this yours. Just continue. And to the other side. Ready? We'll bring our heels back in, back into buttocks. Bring it back to your half moon pose. And I didn't do this here, but you could, so that's half moon, you could take it from here into balancing half moon, which would mean come over and find something to look at and bring your other foot up. If you want to do that on both sides, do that too. So that's a little thing. Anything that you feel powerful. So all of these asanas each are more than the physical thing, of course. They have energy, they have an effect on the brain, they are a way to build our courage. To me, to work on things takes courage, to face fear, and to face failure, and to face all this stuff. So these poses that are kind of big and strong, they actually they affect your brain. And if you need proof of that, you can go to, there's a TED Talk by someone named, gosh, what was her name? Little, I think that's name. You can ask me. Anyway, she's a psychologist, a doctor in psychology, and she did her TED Talk on how these poses, people, she even advocated for business people before they went out to do some kind of, had to do something scary, like.
Or you talk about Amy Cuddy and power poses?
Is that what's wrong?
That's it. Power poses, yeah.
Okay, but I still didn't quite hear the last name.
I think it's Cuddy.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
That's it.
C-U-D-Y.
Yes, that's it. So there you go. Thank you. Yeah, she did. So, there you go. Yeah, but when we're teaching, if we're teaching when we're practicing, we're, just to remember that this is all so connected. And when we are strong in our body, when we feel our poses, that can help us have the courage to move on, to move forward. Little baby steps. Another personal development person said that champion. Her name is Champion. So anyway, she says that the way to get courage is to experience a little fear and go ahead and do something. So you start with little things and you just keep building up. And they describe it again. These are psychologists talking. You develop your courage muscle. There's not a courage muscle, but it develops a part of your brain that makes you feel more like you can take risks, which yoga, all those balance poses do. So, anything else physically you'd like to do? Should we do that? I think that would be you keep giving me ideas, right? Over
That's hard for me not to.
No, but it's really good. You're moving away. So just talking about the courage thing, just take a moment to feel like you're pouring sand down your left leg, and your left leg is just getting like one of these big concrete piers. And then take your right heel to your left ankle and just experiment with it. What's this pose telling you? Is it going to embarrass yourself in front of all these people? Can you do all? Just learn from the pose what this pose can teach you. Sure, you're strengthening your left leg, you're opening up your right leg. You might want to take it up. If taking it up makes you put a big L on your forehead for being a loser, then maybe you don't want to go there. Or maybe you do want to try it. So we learn from our physical poses all the time. And then you can take it to the other side when you're ready. Maybe you want to add something to it. Maybe you want to swing your leg a little bit. You would circle around. So just keep playing with the pose. Yep, or go into warrior three. Awesome. See you guys. We're great. Yeah. But that's a great pose to really help. And as teachers, we get so much from our students, and we just watch people, we look at their expressions and what they're doing. It's like, and you pick up different ideas. So don't be afraid. Teach, it'll all come. All right. So if you're all good, we're going to go back down to the ground and do another little kind of meditation. What I think would be nice to do before we go all the way back is just maybe take a big breath like this. And then this is called crashing wave. And we're just, again, releasing. And then when you're ready, let's go ahead and bring our elbows to our knees. You can stay here and then get your hips on the ground, or you can stay here and come into Malasana, whatever feels better for you. But we're all just going to end up in the same place with our hips on the floor. And then let's move our feet over to the left side and just claw your hands around, looking over your shoulder. Okay? So big twist in the ribcage area. Torso, sternum, moving towards the wall behind you. And then we'll just slowly come back and bring our left knee up for Lord of the Fishes. In Lord of the Fishes, you can cross all the way like this if you want, or you can keep it big. You can turn to the left, you can turn or to the right or to the left. But Lord of the Fishes, Matsyendrasana, comes from the idea of meditation. He was a avid fisherman, Matsyendra, and he wouldn't let go of the pole, so he got swallowed by the fish. And so he lived in the fish's belly for, stories differ. Some people say a couple months, some people say decades. But anyway, Krishna was walking by with his Havrati, his consort, and she wasn't really interested in what he was saying. He was telling her all about the truths of the world, and he's going, Havrati, not Havrati, that's not her name. Anyway, you're not even listening to me anymore. And she said, yeah, whatever. And so he, Matsyendrasana, and the fish would just have to be swimming by at that point. He goes, I am Krishna, I'm really interested in what you have to say. And so he got busted from the fish's belly. So it's about being a good listener and caring. Okay, so now we'll do it on the other side. And just taking that into a nice little twist. Letting your sternum move a little bit past where your navel's pointing. So your sternum, your rib cage can move a little bit more. And does this pose teach you anything? This pose I call Christina's World because it looks like the Andrew Wyeth painting of Christina's World. And then come back around and slowly come into this shape on this side. When you're ready, come back and just sit for a moment in your comfortable seated position. And we are going to be leaning back in a moment. So just breathing here for a few moments. The breath moving through your body. We're coming to our back in just a moment, and we're going to do a guided meditation. It's not really a yoga nidra or anything. We're just going to come into a comfortable position for our guided meditation. So if for you, it's to stay seated, do that, or you can come onto your back, or any variation of it, okay? And so what we're doing is getting into position first where you can be comfortable for about 5 minutes. So you might adjust yourself, you might close your eyes, you might open your eyes open. You might form a mudra with your fingers. And release your lower jaw from your upper jaw and move it back and forth a little bit. And then bring your lips back together and lift the corners of your mouth, the corners of your eyes. And you're going to visualize, when you're ready, just being outside someplace. You're just walking home. So smelling the air, feeling the temperature on your skin. You start to notice with your senses that it's getting darker, it's getting later, it's getting colder. You know how you can smell rain when it's coming? You smell rain. You know you have a ways to go before you get home. So you start to walk faster. But it's coming stronger. The wind is whipping up more. And you know that close by, because you've been on this path before, there's a cave. So you begin to hustle a little bit faster still so you can make it to the cave before it starts to move really bad. You get to the cave entrance. You notice that there's a little glow happening in there. And it's an uninhabited cave, it's just a cave in. People use it to get in and out of the storm. But you notice that there's a little, maybe like a fire, and so you go on in a little bit unsure at first because you're thinking, maybe somebody's in here, maybe animals in here. But then as you peek in deeper, you see that it's just a little fire that maybe been left to burn out. There's just embers. And being a little cold, you go ahead and go on in. Closer to the fire. And you blow on the fire a little bit to get the embers to glow more. So take a deep inhale. Exhale. You might even want to do that here. And with every exhale, you see that the embers burn a little bit more, and then they start actually lighting. and voila, you created a fire here in this cave to warm you. And as you look around, you see that there's actually some pillows there and some blankets, like somebody else had used this cave for the same reason you're using it. And again, at first a little nervous, you just kind of look around, but then it's so inviting, it's so warm, and you can hear the rain outside. You can hear the little bit of rumbling of the thunder. So you kind of just decide to curl up, taking one of the blankets and wrapping around you, just kind of curling up and watching the flames as they grow bigger and bigger. When you look at the cave walls, you just feel the shadows, the light, the patterns that are on the wall, just in an enjoyable way, just watching the play of light and dark on the cave walls. You feel wrapped in safety with that cozy blanket around you. You feel safe in the darkness with the light of the fire. And you just simply stay here, nurturing your own spirit. And then you begin to imagine that you're hearing messages in the dance between the light and the dark. They're balancing each other out. You wonder, are these voices coming to me from my ancestors via these dancing shadows and light on the wall? With a gentle curiosity, you just observe and listen. Then you begin to notice your breathing, feeling as if you're taking your breath from your nostrils up to the center of your brain, your third eye. And then back out your nose, inhaling up to your third eye. Then feel like you're exhaling out your ears. Inhaling through your ears to your third eye. Exhaling out your nostrils. Inhaling through your nostrils to your third eye. Exhaling down your shoulders, your fingers. Inhaling back up to the third eye. Exhaling out your nostrils. And you follow this path with your breath, moving in, moving throughout your body, exhaling back up to the third eye, and out. Just continuing this pattern of breathing, inhaling, exhaling, aware that you're inhaling, completely aware, following the rhythm. Noticing the pause before you take on the exhale. Noticing the pause, the full inhalation, the pause, the full exhalation. third eye now. Breathing into the third eye, out from the third eye. Feel like you're stoking the fire of your own intuition, your own inner knowing. Let your mind expand back to the dancing shadows of light and dark on the wall. What did they tell you? What do you learn? And when you're ready to move from the cave because you hear that the storm has passed, you feel refreshed, you feel inspired, you feel like you have learned something by moving into the dark and sharing it with the light. So you get up and you move over to the fire. You exhale out as if you're blowing it out because the embers have died off a bit. And then you go over, actually start making your way up to a seated position. And just take one last look around. The fire has gone out. But you feel ready to move back into your life outside the cave. So just taking the lessons you've learned, leaving behind what you no longer need. In our seated position, just take a few more cycles of breath. And listening to the choir that you're hearing. This is a Tibetan Buddhist choir singing a chant to us that's much like the Om Mani Padme chant. Om Mani Padme Om. The loving kindness metta. And you hear whispers in your ears. Maybe it's your ancestors, or maybe it's your future self saying to you, may you be at peace. May your heart remain open. May you awaken to the light of your own true nature and recognize a teacher within. May you be healed, and may you be a source of healing for all beings. Take that into your heart and let it move into every cell in your body. Moving beneath the skin,